All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's live stream. We are here trading Apple, Microsoft, a few of the mega cap companies, NVDA earnings this week, so there's going to be lots of volatility. But overall, Microsoft is looking a little bit weaker this morning. Reason being, even though it's still positive on the session, it bumped all the way up to 380 in the pre-market off of the OpenAI Sam Altman news, and then it pulled in and lost pretty much all of its gains. So a couple of things to note. Tesla's trading under pre-market low, which makes it more of a bear setup short. Microsoft, watch that 367.18 pre-market low level. If we lose that, it's shorts all day long. Apple, same sort of thing. If it loses pre-market low, we will look for shorts. If it climbs above that 190 pre-market high, then we can look for some long setups. Right now, you have oil, which is soaring and roaring, pulling off of the highs, but still acting okay. And basically, NVIDIA, Bitcoin slightly negative, Coinbase is up, so a little bit of divergence. I'm also looking at some couple other individual charts like SNPS synopsis for a short. You are seeing the spiders roll down a little bit here, but I'm looking at this SNPS for a short, so keep it on radar. Basically, I like shorts. Let me just find my technical level. At this vicinity, I like shorts. 535.99. You are above the pre-market high, but you're testing that pretty much that all-time high session, and we're into some decent resistance up at this area. So I'm looking at SNPS right at the open for some shorts. I actually like it at this 536 level, but we'll just see how it trades and progresses. So to start, keep Microsoft, Apple, and Tesla on your radar. We'll watch Microsoft since there's heavy volume already, big news. But pre-market high was all the way up to here, and we are trading at 370 as we speak. So there's going to be lots of wild. I am seeing the S&P start to fall. Markets will be opening momentarily here. So let's get our wits about us. All right, markets are open. Coinbase pushing up, NVIDIA. Tesla's looking like a short up here. All right, Apple's going to test pre-market high. I'm short Apple 190.30, 190.30, 190.30. Short Apple to 1/4 position. Apple tested that pre-market high. We are short Apple. So we picked that high on Apple at 190.30 to start our position. All right, markets are getting a big push here to the high side. SPY is flat, QQQ positive. Next ad level's at double top on Apple. Get ready to add to Apple at this 190, even a pierce of this 191 level. Wow, Tesla's dumping. So Tesla's the negative candidate today. Whoa. Tesla's just getting smoked on the downside right now. I do like Tesla long at gap fill, so we'll watch that closely. Apple, I'm going to add, this is a 1/4 position, so this will be a half a position if it gets up here. Double top, there is a gap fill sitting at 191.18. All right, the semis are starting to push up a bit. SPY is getting a decent size bid, still under pre-market high. Qs are testing pre-market high. They're looking to close above pre-market high. Get ready to add to Apple. We will be adding to Apple very shortly here. Tesla's still faltering. All right, I just added to Apple there at 190.97, 190.97. So it brings my average up to 190.65. I am looking at NVDA here. Shorts on NVDA as well. So markets are trying to push higher here. Yields are green, dollars negative. I'm looking at NVIDIA shorts. I'm a short NVIDIA here, 493.76. 493.76. That's a 1/4 position. Alright, so we're watching NVIDIA, we're short Apple. Next ad level on Apple is basically at 191.70, which we're approaching that area now. So Apple's really keeping a boosting on this market. It's just soaring and roaring. So next ad level is 191.70. And we're still short NVIDIA. SNPS, I'm grabbing shorts on SNPS 538.37. 538.37. So Apple's continuing to push. Tesla's weak. Microsoft's a little bit weaker. Pulled off the highs pre-market. SPY and Qs are still acting well. QQQ is the strongest indice today, primarily because of Apple. Still pushing higher here. NVIDIA is seeing some selling. SPY is tapping the pre-market high. So it's a big resistance level here. Tesla's still super weak. SPY is still pushing. Get ready to add to Apple. Get ready to add to Apple. After that, the next ad level is 192.20. Let's just check on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is nicely seeing some sellers, potential head and shoulders forming on NVIDIA. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Intraday price action suggests we break this level and we could actually head down to 484. That's what that suggests. All right, Apple's pushing up into the next ad level. Be ready. We do have a big auction on the 30-year today, so bond auction have been exceptional volatility recently because it's been showing the demand for bonds, which if there isn't any demand, then it generally spikes the rates higher until we get that demand level in rates. So watch it closely. QQQ is still pushing up, almost at 387.95. I am looking at a short here on the QQQ. So QQQ, I just pulled a short at 387.99. 387.99. We are short the Qs. 1/3 position. Made a new high on the Qs. Very extended in nature. Apple's still coming up. Apple's up 1% on the session. So holding up very well. Whoa, big push on the Qs. coming in. SPY is pushing up as well. The dollar's falling. Apple's almost at that next level. So Qs are pushing up, still holding Apple and NVDA. All right, big dip coming in Tesla here. It's a big dip coming in Tesla. Let's see our Apple short. That's still out of the money right now. We're in the money on our NVIDIA. And then we're also doing our QQQ short. So Tesla flipped green. All right, Qs are starting to come in a little bit. NVIDIA, we're still nicely in the money. Again, that head and shoulders on NVIDIA hasn't triggered yet, but looks actually the likeliest out of the mega caps. Apple's starting to see some sellers step in. Let's take a look at this FSR. It's been beaten down so much it might be a squeeze candidate. You know, I'm looking at FSR here, and it is so beaten down. Let's go long FSR here. Just give me a second. Just want to make sure the pre-markets. Okay, so FSR is above the pre-market high. This one's a high squeeze short candidate. Big short float. Alright, I'm going long FSR. I just want to see a little bit of a pullback here. Let's watch the 2 minute. Apple, still waiting on Apple. NVIDIA, Qs. We're in the money on our QQQ short as of now. Alright, I'm long FSR at 261. 261. Got filled. It's a 1/3 position. You have Tesla pushing up, NVIDIA trying to push up, Microsoft finding some resistance. Alright, I'm going to move a break even. Actually, my stop loss is going to be here, 256, and we'll add basically if we dip a little bit more here. I will add to the entry right around 258. We'll add. So we're holding it. We're in the money 3 cents. Let's see if we can get a squeeze in this name. Apple's still coming in. So we're long FSR here. Let's see how our Apple's doing. All right, the S&P is running into some near-term resistance. Apple got a small pullback, still holding short, and we're still holding NVDA short. Nat gas is trying to push up here. Bitcoin's also trying to push. So I'll add to FSR if it bumps down to 258. 258. It's pushing up as we speak. All right, I'm going to move a break-even stop on FSR at 262. FSR is squeezing. It's getting in squeeze mode. Apple's still coming in, so we'll watch that short. Let's move along to our FSR long. Come on, baby, squeeze it. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. All right, so I'm in a break-even stop now at 262 on FSR, protecting the trade. Look at this squeeze coming in. Volume's increasing. So we're up a couple percent as of now. Still short Apple and the Qs. All right, I'm moving stop loss up on FSR in the money by 3 cents. Let's go. Squeeze it. Squeeze Fisker. Fisker's short interest is very, very high, so this one can get squeezy. Starting to come in a little bit. Come on, Fisker. Hold your gains. Hold your gains. I'm still long. I'm still long. I think we can get a move to 286. This one's so beaten down. You even have a gap fill all the way up there. I'm still holding FSR long in the money with a 3 cents in the money stop. Beautiful to see. I'm still holding Apple, NVDA, and the QQQ short. Tesla looks very, very vulnerable. I'm actually interested in taking Tesla on the short side here. I'm going to short Tesla here at 233.85. 233.85. $233.85. We are short Tesla. It is trying to push up here though. Let's just watch it closely. Alright, FSR is starting to squeeze, trying to be a little bit more squeezy. So we're banking at least 1.3% on FSR. I will add to Tesla if we test this high, but it is under pre-market low. Alright, Tesla's pushing up, still holding FSR. Alright, FSR just stopped me out for a small gain. We just got stopped out of our FSR trade for a small gain. Just hit our stop loss. So now we're focusing on Apple, which is pulling in from the highs. Tesla, which is trying to rip higher here. So Microsoft's trying to hold its gains, seeing some sellers. Potential reversal in Tesla coming here. So big bounce coming in. Our next ad level on Tesla is going to be around the 236.80 level. Look at this SMPS that I discussed. Big reversal on SMPS. How's our QQQ short doing? Let's take a look at that. We have the dollar falling. The dollar is falling. So Apple's trying to push up, so is Tesla. So are the Qs. Next ad level on the Qs is basically up at 388.50. And then 389. Every 50 cents higher, I'll add to my QQQ short. Still waiting on this market. Things are holding up okay at the moment. Tesla, big reversal coming in on Tesla there. The Russells just went positive. Qs are holding up. Alright, I am seeing marijuana stocks also starting to perk up a little bit. Likes of Canopy Growth. Alright, I'm going to go long CGC 58.20, 58.20. So 1/4 position. So we're long CGC, short Tesla, slightly flat, short NVDA, short Apple. If we take a look at CGC, 58.20, we are long. SPY and Q are still pushing up here. And I will add to CGC at 56.45. 56.45. If it goes lower. Let's look at our QQQ. So what I'm noticing here, QQQ made a new high. And then if you look at the heavyweight Apple, Apple did not make a new high yet. It's actually starting to come in. SPY also making a new high here. So you're getting a little bit more broad market participation. NVDA is still below pre-market high. Tesla's struggling right now. So I'm going to add to NVIDIA at a Pierce of 496. Basically, preferably if it tags this yellow dotted line here. That's your pre-market high. Sorry, actually pre-market high was 497.26. The dollar's starting to see a little bit of a bounce. Apple's coming in a little bit more now. SPY is seeing some sellers take hold. Still acting constructive though. Markets are still acting constructive at this point in time. We're still short Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA, and the Qs, and we're long CGC. Okay. Tesla, NVIDIA getting a big pump. Bitcoin's actually pumping up as well. All right, NVIDIA's pushing up. So get ready to add to the Qs. It is pushing up here. Hasn't quite hit our next level, but we're very, very close to doing so. So Tesla, we're in the money on our short. NVDA, we're flat. CGC, we're slightly out of the money. QQQ, we're slightly out of the money. CGC, get ready to add a gap fill. 56.50, give or take. All right, big push in the market here. I just got filled at the Qs, 388.50. Brings my average up to 388.25. Tesla still did not get a bounce from that. We do have the semiconductors pushing higher yet again. So I'm noticing the banks are super weak today. KRE, XLF, they're all negative while the markets are positive. So right now in terms of sectors, you have performance really in XLK technology. You still have utilities, real estate, staples, industrials, financials, and materials red. So the majority of sectors are red. Really strength from energy, communications, technology, healthcare. But nevertheless, the Qs are still fighting, pushing higher. A little bit of a hoorah push there in the indices. The dollar's still coming down. Yields are still green. VIX is slightly red. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit more now. So Tesla looks like the weakest name out of all the mega caps. It is starting to fall a lot sharper. We're short here at 234.49. Microsoft did fill its gap under pre-market high. It looks like a potential short as well. See if we get one more little push up in Microsoft. Oof, big dump on Tesla. We're going to move stops. Moving stop here to 234.01. We're protecting the trade now, 234.01. QQQ, let's take a look at that. So you still have the strong mega caps holding this market up. Bitcoin's trying to soften a little bit now. All right, I'm going to grab some coin shorts, 102.64, 102.64. Tight stop on coin, 102.64. And then I will add to the position at high of day. All right, NVIDIA is trying to break out here. Get ready to add to NVIDIA, 497 Pierce, 497 Pierce. Tesla's still falling. So the Qs are trying to push up. NVIDIA's still surging here. Apple pushing up, NVIDIA pushing up. All right, I just added to NVIDIA 497.75. 497.75. Brings my average to 496.08. 496.08 on NVIDIA. All right, so we pierced that pre-market high on NVIDIA. We are tapping that area. That's what we're shorting into. I'm lowering my Tesla stop a little bit to 233.89. So we have $1 profit on that trade. $1 profit. So we have a half a position short NVIDIA, half a position short Apple, a little bit of a position short the QQQ. So NVIDIA is trying to recapture the pre-market high. It is pushing up. Apple's starting to roll over a little bit, just a tiny bit. Potential 10-minute hanging man forming on the Qs. We'll see if it holds up. All right, we're still getting continuation move in NVIDIA and the Qs. Apple's pulling off from the highs a little bit more now. Microsoft's still consolidating. Tesla's under pre-market low. NVIDIA's above pre-market high. We'll see if we can get a 10-minute close on the NVDA chart. So it's a big level for NVIDIA. So I'm watching this 10-minute close above pre-market high for NVIDIA. Next ad level on NVIDIA is this 499.70. So the inverted head and shoulders was gated. And this breakout on the 10-minute is looking constructive for NVIDIA. But we need to watch for that confirmation. Apple's starting to come in a little bit. So the Qs are starting to roll. Just a teensy-weensy bit. The Russell's positive. Gold's negative with the dollar negative. VIX just turned green, so watch the VIX accordingly. Watch the VIX accordingly. All right, Apple's starting to lose some momentum. NVIDIA never. Let's see. NVIDIA's starting to potentially lose this pre-market high. We'll see if the rejection comes in place. Remember, we're still shorting coin, Tesla, Apple, Qs. Okay, so we're flat on the Qs, slightly out of the money on NVIDIA. So I'm going to draw my support lines in here. First pivot high. But I think we can actually get a retrace to this breakout. I think we can get a retrace here at the minimum. So if we flush into this support level, call it 387, we will look for a cover. All right, Tesla's rolling heavy here. So we're printing on that position. All right, so Tesla, I'm going to move my stop down on Tesla, protect the trade a little bit more. 233.71. So we have a nice little profit margin there. I am seeing Apple starting to come in a little bit here. So we're almost in the money on that trade. It'll be nice if Apple goes negative and fills that gap. All right, NVIDIA is trying to push up, so is Tesla. Markets are still grinding though. Markets are still grinding higher. Q's cutting a big bounce here. Still lots of strength in this market today. It's looking like a big trending day. Still holding CGC long, slightly out of the money. Coin short, Tesla short, Apple short, QQQ short, and NVIDIA short. Let's see if this turns into our first lower high of the day on the 1 minute chart. Microsoft, Apple starting to pull off from the highs. NVIDIA is still remaining up 1% on the session. The S&P is up 0.3, IWM 0.3, Q's up 0.6%. I am seeing a potential inverted head and shoulders on the DXY. Hasn't triggered yet. Has to get through the neckline, which is around 103.68. But take a look at this. If the Dixie gets through this neckline, you will see the market sell off. So pay close attention to the Dixie. All right. Still pushing up here in NVIDIA. Get ready to add to the short at 499.64, give or take. pierced this trend line at 499.69. All right, Microsoft's starting to sell. Here come the Qs as well. Big dump on the Qs. We're in the money nicely on that trade. Apple, we're almost flat. NVDA, we're slightly out of the money. All right, big dump coming in on Microsoft. That was a big 10-minute candle down on Microsoft. We're still holding CGC long. All right, I do like SNPS on the short side as well. I just got filled at 536.02, 536.02. Short SNPS, it's a 1/4 position. I see gap fill, very likely target. All right, NVIDIA is still surging. NVIDIA is still trying to push up. Microsoft, Apple still looking a little bit weak. Let's see the Qs here. Qs might be going to bounce to form a potential right shoulder. We have a left shoulder, we have a head. We do have a lower high, we just need a lower low. All right, Tesla's still coming down. Markets are still acting very resilient, though, I must admit. Whoops. So we'll see if the QQQ actually starts to falter here. So for all indices are green. You do have weakness though across majority of sectors. All right, NVIDIA is pushing. I'm about to add to the NVIDIA short position. 499.59. 499.59 brings my average up to 497.68. And then the final add, sorry, that will be 501.50. Got our Tesla trade. So that one did stop us out for our gain. It's right back to our entry level. So Tesla stopped us out at 233.70 for a nice little win. It is at another short level yet again. This is the key level. But we're just going to hold the QQQ short here. And you're looking to potentially trigger this neckline. So let's see if we can get some more downside. Apple's coming in a little bit more now. Tesla's actually potentially flipping back to the long side. It's recapturing pre-market low. So now you have a little bit of divergence. Tesla gaining some momentum. Apple and Microsoft losing momentum. Big volume coming in on CGC. Our QQQ is testing this neckline. We'll see if we get a close below. Apple big push. Tesla big push. Alright, QQQ is triggering that head and shoulders potential. We'll see. We need to get some closes below, but Apple's trying to push up. If Tesla loses the 234.02 level, which is pre-market low, then we'll look for some more shorts off of that area. NVDA is still pushing. Qs are still looking vulnerable, but we haven't officially broken yet. Apple 5-minute bear flag forming. We're still holding that one short. So Apple's starting to come down a little bit more now. Even the SPY is looking a little bit weaker. QQQ is now triggering that head and shoulders. So now we can protect the trade with an in-the-money stop on the Qs. So 388.10, we're locking in 15 cents. We are falling as well. So here we go. Here comes the potential downside move. Take a look at this TPST. This is another squeezy one, this Tempest Therapeutics. Potential move here in TPST forming. Very interesting. Just erase some of these. There might be a long trade here. Just give me a second. Alright, we're falling here. We're dumping on Apple and the Qs. I am looking at TPST for a long trade. Just keep that on watch. But what we're going to do here, big dump coming in the Qs here. Big dump coming in the Qs, so we warned you about that head and shoulders trigger. Will we see some of the mega caps go negative? So Tesla's back to the negative side. Microsoft, NVIDIA is still holding up. Here comes the surge in the dollar. I want a little bit more downside. Let's see some more downside. Come on. Let's see some more downside. So NVIDIA is coming in as well. We're in the money on our Apple. We're in the money on our Qs, deep in the money on the QQQ. QQQ is still positive. There's a chance we can see it negative. But S&P is getting a bounce. Now the S&P might be forming a head and shoulders pattern itself, which is what we have to watch for. We're just slightly out of the money on NVIDIA, but that one should start to come in momentarily as well. Bounce coming in the Qs. NVIDIA's testing pre-market high. It's a big level here for NVIDIA. Potential 1 minute head and shoulders on NVIDIA also forming. See a pre-market high. And we are slightly in the money on our NVIDIA play as well. We're also in the money on Apple. So now all of our trades are working for us here. All of our trades are working for us. So what I'm going to show you now on the SPY. So obviously we're all aware the Qs triggered that head and shoulder downside target, still a little bit more. But now what we're getting is some backing and filling on the SPY chart. And you can see the SPY is forming that potential right shoulder. Since the Qs already triggered a head and shoulders, it's very likely that we see the SPY also trigger this area now. So now we need to wait for this right shoulder development and then a crack of this neckline. We crack that neckline on the SPY and it will go negative in today's session. Very likely that it does. So watch for this right shoulder on the SPY. As of now, we're getting a bounce, but the Qs have triggered that downside, and the downside target, if we achieve that on the Qs, it likely means that the SPY will trigger or at least test this neckline. So let's see what transpires there with that trade. But we are nicely now in the money. Let's see if we can get some more downside in this market. So this is the area where the right shoulder potentially forms. Let's watch the SPY closely. I'll pull it, watch it on my other screen. QQQ is getting a little bit of a bounce here. NVIDIA's losing potentially the pre-market high. Apple were flat. Qs were nicely in the money with an in the money stop, but I want to leave these runners to see if we can get a bigger flush to the downside. I would love to see that happen. Big bounce coming in the Qs. That's the dollar softening. So again, to really push these markets down, we're going to need the dollar to break this neckline like we discussed. But as of now, it is not doing so. So it's pushing the markets, giving the markets the ability to move a little bit higher here. All right, potential lower high on the SPY. We're flat on NVDA, flat on Apple, in the money on the Qs, slightly out of the money on our CGC long. All right, the SPY is trying to push up even more. You still have yields green, gold down, dollar down, Russell up, SPY up, QQQ up, VIX down. All right, a big bounce on the SPY. That was a really, really big bounce. SPY is still trying to push. Qs are still trying to push as well. I'm still holding my shorts. Let's see if we create that lower high on the SPY. All right, QQQ falling a little bit lower here. Tesla's still losing pre-market lows, so Tesla's actually a short again. TSLA is now a short because it's trading and losing pre-market highs. So you have your lower high on Tesla in place. You're testing the low range of the wedge pattern under pre-market low. I'm short Tesla 233. 233 short Tesla. Stop is basically going to be a close back above this trend line. Call it 233.50. Can even use this high pivot and add if it retests this area. But the Qs are falling nicely now. And we'll see if the SPY forms that right shoulder. Again, it's shaping up to do so. So it just did a little bit of a higher pivot. So we'll see if it starts to come down to test this area. I'm seeing the dollar trying to move higher. NVIDIA is below its pre-market high, so it is slowly starting to lose some momentum and also potentially triggering this little bit of a head and shoulders pattern on the 1 minute. It's very minor, but it's still, well, if it gets to close above it, it negates it, which as of now it did. So you can see it negated that, but I still think there's downside. Tesla's still coming in. Let's flip back to the QQQ. If we look at the Qs, you did get that breakout. We'll see if it starts to trend higher. One could argue that there is a potential left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline break. Upside target is pretty steep, to be honest, for an intraday pattern. So let's see if that plays out as well. All right, so moves are coming off of the lows in all the indices. All right, so now the strongest index is the Russell, the IWM. Okay, so I'm going to pick up some small caps here. I think that we could see some squeezy names in the Russell. The Russell's trying to outperform the broad indices, so some speculation plays. We're long CGC already, so Canopy Growth. There's one high spec one that I'm looking at, TPST. I'm gonna look for an entry on TPST because it is trying to potentially retrace this full breakout move. So let's see if we can find an entry. So on TPST, I'm looking at an entry right around this 353 area. So I'm just going to put my level here in the money, but nothing crazy yet. Hopefully it can lose this pre-market high at 497.26. We're holding short here at 497.68. And Tesla's still continuing to fall as well, so that's good to see. All right, let's see what else we can get here. Still holding CGC long. It's a 1/4 position. Dollar's still trying to move up a little bit. The dollar is still trying to move up. Let's keep our QQQ wits about us. Come on, hopefully this can break down. The SPY is still on watch for that head and shoulders, so SPY is still on watch. It's trying to move up. Microsoft's still trading kind of in no man's land. It's the center point of pre-market high, center point of pre-market low. Markets are trying to move up here, getting some bounce across the semiconductors. Amazon turned red, so clearly the consumer discretionary stocks like Tesla and Amazon are weak today. So we'll see if continuation weakness creeps into the rest of the market or if it's just the XLY stocks itself. But the Qs and the SPY are trying to push up here. Big push coming up. Nice push in NVDA again. Apple's still fairly muted. Alright, hopefully we can see this downside move in the Qs. This is potentially inside bar bearish consolidation. This wide range red bar, all of this inside price action is shaping up for a potential another leg lower. But the dollar right now is softening a bit, so we're going to need that one to firm up to push the indices kind of over the edge. TPST is getting a bounce. It never quite hit the target that I was looking at. Nat gas is trying to make a bullish reversal. It's trying to go from red to green. Potential trade on nat gas on the long side. I'm just watching it closely here. Big push on the Qs coming in here. I just got stopped out on the QQQ for a nice little gain. Okay, so now we've got to watch Tesla, NVDA, and Apple. SPY Head and Shoulders is still technically forming right now. It's really struggling at this area, and if this starts to roll over, it's going to be a pretty big move. But right now it's okay. Right now they're okay. Tesla's still struggling here below pre-market. 234.02 is pre-market low. Let me actually just put that in on the chart. So that is pre-market low. This little yellow line is pre-market low. Still below that. Let's see what the SPY is doing. So the strongest index is still the Russell right now, IWM. Alright, TPST is making a push to the high side. TPST looks a little squeezy, in my opinion. Alright. Alright, semis are pushing up, Qs are pushing up, Tesla's still weak on the session, Apple's still pulled off of the high, so it really hasn't participated since it made that initial surge higher, which honestly should be concerning for the QQQ bulls because the Qs have actually moved up, but Apple hasn't participated since that big push up. Our canopy growth is looking to make another surge, I think a bit higher here. We're just waiting on some follow-through price action. This can still be a right shoulder on the SPY ETF, but it needs to start curling over. Alright, NVIDIA is starting to come down a little bit. Technically speaking, because these are wicks and not 1 minute closes, you still have a neckline across these lows. You still have a neckline across these lows that could trigger to the downside. Apple's getting a push. I am seeing the dollar still trying to consolidate and move higher. Alright, I'm taking a SPY short here. SPY 452.10. 452.10 short. 452.10 short. 1/4 position. And then basically double top. Double top is where I'll add an entry, and then if we get a 2-minute close above this area, we'll stop out. So we're pushing on the SPY. Pushing. The Russell's now up 0.5%, 0.57. So potential lower high on Microsoft. Tesla, we're still riding Tesla, Apple, NVDA, and SPY. CGC long, and SMPS short. So the sell candles in Tesla are pretty hard and firm. And it would not surprise me if Tesla comes down to test gap window today. Alright, big, whoa, those are some massive wicks on the SPY. That just got bought up like crazy. Holy, wait till I show you this wick. Whoa, that was a weird wick. I'm telling you. That was huge to the downside. That was a big wick down, and then it got all right back up. Like, looks like a liquidity grab there. But it should come back down to test it again. Alright, so NVIDIA we're flat, Tesla we're in the money, Apple we're basically slightly out of the money, SPY is pushing higher here. Potential higher high coming in. Potential higher high coming in the SPY. So get ready to add to the SPY short. I am prepared to add at this there. I just got filled at 452.33. 452.33. Alright, so now we wait for a 2-minute close. Head and shoulders is negated. So this head and shoulders has been negated. Alright, so market's pushing up here. So there's your first 1-minute close. We need to see how the second 1-minute candle closes. We only have a half position, so I could hold this short and add more. But we'll just stay a little bit more disciplined. And it looks like we're actually going to get this close potentially. You need to close above this high candle. So the high is 452.40. 452.40. Now we watch to see if this is a double top rejection. We will see. They're fighting. But now it's the QQQs that are actually relatively weak. So notice the difference. The Qs are well off of their highs. And the SPY is making new intraday highs. So hindsight probably should have just stuck with the Qs short, but we still have NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla that we're holding. Alright, in CGC, we're basically break even on CGC. Alright, SPY rejection. Never got that 1-minute candle close above, so we'll see if we start to roll over. Alright, so the dollar's coming down, which is why the markets are grinding higher here. Alright, so let's monitor our trades. Still holding Apple, NVDA. NVIDIA's been struggling at this pre-market high. Hopefully we can get a breakdown here. So NVIDIA is falling. That means the Qs are seeing some sell side pressure as well, along with the SPY. Alright, so SPY is now falling. We're flat on that trade. So big dump coming in NVIDIA now. Take a look at this NVDA dump. Alright, so again, another wick off that neckline. They keep testing the same area. Alright, there's a super high risk play on SHOT. It's called SHOT. SHOT, safety shot. There's a super high risk play on long play. Super high risk. I'm going to see if I can get an entry in this because it looks a little bit squeezy and it is curling with the market. So the SPY is still trying to make that higher push. Let's watch this SPY. Whoa, big push on the SPY there. I'm still holding my short. I'm still holding. Alright, QQQ is right back in to that previous resistance. I'm going to short the Qs here again at 388.20. 388.20. It's a 1/4 position on the Qs. Now you could get a retrace all the way to this neckline, double top maybe. But again, the next ad level will be 388.50. SPY is pushing up yet again. Maybe there's a gap fill that it wants to get to. Call it at 454.87 on the SPY. I don't think it would do that today, but there is a potential that it wants to get through there. Markets are grinding. So now what's interesting is even though you have the SPY making higher highs, Apple hasn't made a higher high Microsoft hasn't, NVDA hasn't, Tesla hasn't, Amazon hasn't, Google hasn't, so I guess now you're seeing some more broad strength participation. But if the mega caps don't firm up, that's when we could see some more issues for the market. So I'm still holding short. Basically, I'm going to add to the SPY short. About 30 cents higher. So next add level's up here at 452.63. 452.63. Still holding Apple, Microsoft, CGC. We're on the long side. This SHOT looks friggin' squeezy. Okay, I'm long SHOT at $4. Long SHOT at $4. Here we go. Let it ride. Oh, this one's about to squeeze, guys. So we're breaking out here. We're breaking out. It's a 1/4 position. I will add if we fall to 380. Oh, big squeeze. All right, I'm putting an in-the-money stop on this SHOT. I'm putting an in-the-money stop. SPY's pushing up here. All right, 405 in-the-money stop. All right, I'm moving the stop up. 406 stop. 406 stop. 406. All right, I'm moving it up some more. 407. All right, 408 now. 8 cents in the money. Let's see if we can get a moonshot on shot. 408. This is a hard stop because this one squeezes. All right, I just got stopped there. 408. 408 stop. That trade is done for me. Super, super high risk. Could it go higher? Probably. But we'll just take our trade and move on. All right, so we're seeing the S&P still grinding higher here. NVIDIA is still under pre-market high. Tesla's still under pre-market low. So now you're getting participation in Apple and Microsoft, which is why we're moving up. All right, I just added to the Qs there at 388.52. 388.52. Brings the average up to 388.38. Okay. So you've now retraced to the neckline of the head and shoulders, potentially putting in a lower high. But with the SPY so strong right now, we could still see a move higher. We'll see. SPY I'll add up here at 452.63. This is a half position on the SPY, and it's a half a position on the QQQ, half a position on Apple, half a position on NVIDIA, and it's a 1/4 entry on Tesla. So QQQ is now outperforming all of the indices. QQQ is up 0.65%. All right, big push. You're coming into double top now on the Qs. Big push on the SPY. Big push on the Qs. New high on the Qs. All right, we're getting squeezy here. SPY I did add up here at 452.65. 452.65. Brings the average up to 452.47, so we are out of the money. And then the final add level, 452.95. Big push coming in the markets. Heavy volume on this 1 minute candle. Likely shorts covering. It's looking like a pretty solid day right now for the upside. Things can always change though. QQQ got a 1 minute close above. We'll see if it gets rejected at that double top. NVDA, Tesla, we're basically in the money on both. CGC's looking like it wants to break out, but it hasn't done so yet. Dollar's still falling. Double top on the Russell. NVIDIA is still losing that pre-market low. So even with the strength in the markets, you still have weakness in NVIDIA creeping in. It's positive, but it hasn't been making higher highs with the indices. It's actually making lower highs. Hasn't made lower lows, but it's looking vulnerable. It is looking vulnerable. So Qs are consolidating now above that high of day. We have the bond auction at 1 o'clock. So are they running this price action up? Bitcoin's getting a big surge. Bitcoin's getting a big surge to the high side, which likely means Coinbase was probably going to go up. All right, so there's probably a trade on shorting Bitcoin via the BITI. But that trade is not in the works yet. So we're still pushing on the Qs and the SPY. QQQ 389 is my next add level. And the SPY, we're still waiting on that 452.47 is my average. So this is definitely a tough new high on the Qs. New high on the Qs, approaching that 389. Get ready to add to the QQQ. 389 is the next add level. Bitcoin's still pumping. Dollars taking out a pivot zone, testing the double bottom here at 103.47-ish. Oil's at the highs of the session, up a couple percent, 2.5%. Qs are still holding up. All right, Qs are added at that 389 level. 389. So it brings it up to 388.67. We're flat on NVDA. Slightly out of the money on Tesla, SPY, and Qs. Still lower highs on Tesla as the indices are making higher highs. Tesla I'm going to add here, 234.05, 234.05. Average up to 233.50. So SPY and Q are still strong. Qs are 0.74, SPY up 0.4, IWM up 0.53. Let's take a look at the Russell because it has been super oversold. So let's just see where we're trading at here. We'll flip to the hourly chart. And you can see with the gap up, we've just been grinding higher ever since. Coming up into your first big resistance on the Russell, this is your bearish consolidation breakdown. It's a key level. We'll keep the QQQ and the SPY up. Qs are the strongest indices, so we'll watch that closely. Basically, that inverted head and shoulders does say a move to 397 could happen. I'd be pretty shocked if that happened today, but you never know. You certainly never know. All right, now NVIDIA, Tesla are also trying to move up some more. So we'll see if this 10-minute candle confirms. So right now we are getting breakout, but we need that confirmation signal. Let's flip back to the SPY. SPY is starting to roll over just a tad here. Slightly out of the money. That's okay. That's negated. Seeing some weakness creep back into Bitcoin. What's interesting is even though the dollar's gone lower, gold is still negative today. taking a bit of a breather. NVDA back above pre-market high. Tesla's back above pre-market low. Our final ad on the Qs is going to be 40 cents higher, 389.40. Tesla's about to flip green. Big volume there coming in. SPY and Q pulling off from the highs here. So we're just sitting here patiently waiting for the SPY and the Qs and Apple and Tesla and NVDA. And we're on the short side. The only thing we're long right now is CGC. The only thing we're long is CGC with a 1/4 entry. And this one could get squeezy, but it needs the market to firm up. Because I'm seeing potentially the market curling over here. We're going to put a stop loss on CGC right there at 57.33, right below that 10-minute green bar candle. Alright, so SPY just seems to be getting bought back up at every little turn in the market here. So there's still some incredible strength coming in this market. And I just added to Tesla at 235.06. 235.06, that's a 3/4. 3/4, okay? Final add on Tesla is going to be a Pierce of 236. At a Pierce of 236, Bitcoin softening up a little bit. Qs and SPYs are still holding up. Alright, CGC is starting to potentially break out here. CGC is starting to break out. That's good for our long trade. This one could squeeze. You're clearing some multi-pivot zones. Next resistance points, you have your first one up here at 60 cents. And then a bigger one at 64 cents. And we're squeezing. Alright, so I'm going to adjust stops now on both. I'm adjusting that stop to 58.39. We are squeezing pretty impeccably here. It's up 1.7%. Alright, I'm going to move my stop up to 50. Whoops, sorry, that was my cat with the mouse. Alright, so we're locking in at least 30 cents there per share. I'm seeing the SPY and the Q come down a little bit. Alright, I'm going to exit CGC right here, 59.25. I'm locking in those gains. 1.81%. Just sold CGC. So nice job on that trade. Let's go back to our shorts. So SPY, we're still waiting on SPY. Qs, NVDA, Apple, Tesla. Alright, SPY is pushing up here again. SPY is pushing up. We'll see if we get a higher high on the SPY or if it becomes a lower high. Right now it's looking like it wants to make a higher high. Alright, so SPY is trying to push up, so are the Qs. We'll see if it can get there. A lot of green on the screen. Microsoft up substantially on the session. SPY is finding a little bit of sellers here. Still looking constructive to move a little bit higher. Alright, SPY is seeing some sellers. NVIDIA is losing that pre-market low again, so we're back in the money. Our NVIDIA trade there. Tesla, we're slightly out of the money, but not by much. So this pre-market low is very, very key because, again, you've seen indices grind higher, but NVIDIA hasn't been able to make a higher high. Let's look at our Tesla trade now. Alright, so Tesla, we're almost in the money on Tesla. back basically flat. In the event that we surge higher, I'm just going to put a stop. Dollar's still exceptionally weak. Wow, if you're still holding CGC, it's up another 1% from where we exited. You can see QQQ struggling at this neckline retrace. Got above, then it below, and now it's testing that area again. All right, Apple's pushing higher here. Still have a half a position in Apple. All right, the Russell just made a new high. The IWM Russell just made a new high. It's about to test the daily 200 MA, which is about 47 cents higher. All right, so SPY may be a potential lower high in place. We'll see, though. Could just be forming some more consolidation. Keep your watch on Tesla and NVDA. They haven't really been participating in this recent rally up. So here comes the dump on the SPY. 1 minute chart. Tesla about to lose that pre-market low again, which means it's in bear mode. So pre-market low being tested on Tesla. Pre-market high being tested on NVIDIA. So pre-market high sitting at that 497.26. Will we finally crack this trend line that we've bounced here once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6? Is this going to be the 7th? We will certainly find out momentarily. Good luck with your cold plunge.
You go for work after? You going to Charlene's?
Yeah, I'm going to go to the gym later.
Okay.
No, I don't have to go to Charlene's.
No?
Not today, unless she calls, but Sorry guys, I was talking to my brother. He's going for a cold plunge in the lake to wake up. You gotta push yourself through those pain points, those weakness areas. We gotta push past comfort and often challenge ourselves. I'm too much of a chicken right now, but I have done my fair share. Alright, so let's just get back to the markets here. So SPY, potential lower high. NVIDIA, I'm watching this neckline. Let's flip back to the SPY here. So SPY is still consolidating. We're slightly out of the money, flat on Tesla, in the money on NVIDIA, out of the money on Apple. Apple, we're still about half a position short. NVIDIA, we have a half a position short. Tesla, half a position short. SPY, we have a 3/4 position. So almost a full position on the SPY. And then we're also shorting the Qs.
Were you in options or slow trading price action?
Okay. Alright, so we're seeing NVIDIA break down a little bit here, and Tesla as well. I think we may see some selling in this market. We'll see. We've just been in grind mode. Once again, another potential fake out bounce here on NVIDIA. We will see. Alright, so SPY is trying to push up again. SPY is trying to push up. Bullish consolidation is occurring. It's looking like a trend day. We will see though.
Usually right after that big candle is going to happen. So I feel like it's literally happening right this second. Get ready for it.
Big level here for the SPY and the Qs. What I'm looking at on the QQQ is, yes, you're forming bullish consolidation on the intraday chart, but we've still yet to confirm above this little reversal zone on the 10-minute chart. So this could just be all a fake out distribution zone on the Qs. So watch it closely. We will see if it breaks or if it fakes. We're almost in the money on Qs though. NVIDIA is still under that pre-market high, despite the indices moving up.
I mean, if he's taking out Big Daddy Mac, he can take Big Daddy,
Big Dad way.
Big Daddy
Consolidation is still occurring in the markets. They can move higher if this breaks out,
Put your hands in the air.
but I'm remaining skeptical. I am remaining skeptical. And NVIDIA looks like it's vulnerable. I mean, could be wrong, but NVIDIA looks a little bit vulnerable. So Qs are outperforming. They were the weaker indice this morning, and then they rallied off of Apple and Microsoft. Microsoft's trying to test potentially the high of day. We will see if that breaks out or not. So definitely check out my YouTube, Trading One Capital, where I offer memberships. I actually am just going to flip to my YouTube channel. I haven't really been checking my chat yet, so I apologize. But I'll flip to that chat right now. Hey, sorry, Ahmed. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Max. Thanks for letting me know the website isn't working. That's very strange. Probably a renewal of my domain, and I just updated got a new credit card, so I will look into that. Thank you. No, I'm still holding my QQQ short. It's a new short for today. I am still holding it. I think it'll come down because we have a bond auction, and we're just still so overbought. In the semiconductors, I still think there's going to be some profit taking here. The dollar's coming into some support. It's been beaten up over the last few trading sessions. On the daily chart, you're tagging the daily 200. You're at a key Fibonacci zone, the 50% retrace. So there's decent support here on the dollar. Yields are green. They're trying to make a little bit more of an uptrend. Let me just try to get this chat working here. Just give me a second here with this chat, guys. It's not cooperating right now. I'm trying to move it to the side. All right, Qs, big push on the Qs. Big push there on the Qs. New high of day on the SPY. QQQ did not break its high of day yet. Dixie's weak because remember that whole rally? There was like 11 or 12 weeks of upside. And the Dixie's also weak because I think you have a lot of market participants thinking the Fed is about to pivot and cut. So that's primarily why. But I'll update that Trading Capital website a little bit later once we're finished pretty much trading here. So NVDA did not participate in that little bit of a pump up there. So potential fake out there on the Qs. You did get heavy volume. You want to see it break out, but it's struggling in this area right now. Microsoft, Apple still remaining strong. NVIDIA remaining weaker. NVIDIA is finally breaking that area. So that short is actually cooperating nicely right now. But it's just testing this area. It's friggin' been relentless off that area. SPY did make a new high. Never officially hit my next ad level at 492.95. And honestly, since we're consolidating, I may even let it pierce this area. All right, NVIDIA is looking to crack that area, but the SPY is still remaining strong. Still holding short NVIDIA, Qs, SPY, Tesla, Apple. Sold our CGC, sold our SHOT, sold our FSR. Let's see. All right, the dollar's trying to bounce here off of a double bottom zone. Semiconductors are starting to weaken a little bit. All right, I'm seeing the Russell, the IWM, potentially losing the 10-minute simple moving average, the short-term 7 moving average. So we'll see if small caps start to lose momentum here. Microsoft is trying to test the high of day. High of day was sitting at 377.08. It's approaching its gap fill level, which it was filled the gap earlier. All right, QQQ is pushing up a little bit more now. QQQ is pushing up some more. Tesla is also pushing up. So most of the market is now green, with a little bit of weakness in some areas, but most of the market is green. Tesla's almost at my next ad level. Just did not hit it there. Alright, Tesla's pushing up, so I just added to Tesla there at 235.07. 235.07. It is starting to squeeze, so that is the third entry on Tesla. Average is sitting at 234.64 short side. 234.64 short side. Alright, so we're slightly out of the money on that trade, but that's okay. Let's flip back to the SPY. We're just slowly accumulating on the short side. Semis are still remaining strong. NVDA is trying to catch a little bit of a bounce higher here. Alright, so the next ad level on Tesla is basically going to be at this 236 area. Let's see this TPST. QQQ. So Max, to answer your question, let me pull up this Dixie chart. Okay. This is a little bit of an update I gave my members. So Dixie's trying to move off the lows here. Okay, but if we flip to the daily chart, okay, this move was impeccable. And especially on the weekly chart, you can see it clear. Look at the consecutive move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So by the 10th, 11th week, I started accumulating longs, expecting a pullback in the dollar. Sold some of my longs probably a little bit too early, hindsight, but nevertheless, still sold longs. Now, you're digesting this 12-week consecutive move with a pullback. You're hitting that 50% retrace on the fib zone, your high to your low. And then if you look at the major pivots you're coming up into, you have these two pivots here in 2020, pivot high, and here in 2016. These two white trend lines are probably where somewhere in between here, this white line, and here is where the dollar is going to bounce. And you can see we're right in the middle. We're right at a fib zone. It could be bouncing here. You know, this could be potentially the low of day here where the dollar retraces back to this key channel where I think that's where it's going to be running into some near resistance. So I think we could see a bounce in the dollar all the way up to this channel where we'll have to reassess. And if you get a close inside there, then you could move to the high of the channel. If you get rejected, then you move down to this 102 area. So kind of a little bit of an inflection point coming into fruition. Hopefully that helped. All right, let's move back to the SPY here. So I am seeing a 10-minute potential hanging man, which closes in 5 minutes and 33 seconds. Still a little bit early though. Now gas is selling off a little bit. Whoops. Remember, it is Thanksgiving weekends. Often the market makers like to push it up a little bit higher than expected because people get around the table in Thanksgiving and start talking about their all their portfolios and investments. So we'll see. NVIDIA is still losing that key level. So that's one thing that's made me skeptical, is that NVIDIA's weakening, probably because its earnings, people are not wanting to accumulate. But NVIDIA is breaking this key level. I have a downside target of 493.66 potential on NVIDIA. So just watch that closely. But a big breakdown coming in. And it's a 1 minute break. Alright, so we're back in the money on our Tesla trade. NVIDIA, we're still in the money. Let's see how it is. Apple, we're slightly out of the money. SPY, we're slightly out of the money. QQQ, let's flip to that, shall we? Let me flip back here. So SPY and Qs are coming down a little bit more now. QQQ is putting in a nasty sell side candle here. On the 10 minute, you can see that's a nasty down candle. Even a potential 20-minute topping tail. Flip back to the 1 minute here. So NVIDIA, let's monitor that trade since we are short with a half a position. I'm going to put an in-the-money stop loss here at this pre-market low. So 497.26 stop loss. But you have triggered this little head and shoulders. Neckline needs to hold in order for this pattern to be valid. Right now you can see you're pumping up above. Markets are getting a bounce. Tesla is getting a little bit of a bounce off of the lows. Still under pre-market high, but above pre-market low. Basically flat. Microsoft's got a big bearish engulfing candle on the 10-minute chart forming, so this is why the markets are selling. And remember Friday, Microsoft took down the markets late in the session as well. So potential 10-minute engulfing on Microsoft. You just want to watch that closely. That's going to weigh in on the QQQ. You're welcome, Max. Alright, so we're just waiting on the markets here. Biden is speaking, so they're giving it a little bit of a facelift here. You did get that higher high. We'll see if we take out any of these low pivots on a closing 1 minute basis to form a lower low. NVDA got a big pop on whatever Biden is saying. Microsoft did put in a bearish engulfing on the 10-minute chart. Tesla's potentially putting in an M-top double top pattern. We'll see if it moves lower. Dollars testing the lows of the session today. And it is forming a little bit of a negative divergence on the RSI, being the fact that it's now making its third higher low on the RSI, but it's making a lower low on the price action. So again, I do anticipate a bounce very, very shortly. You're seeing Bitcoin come in, potentially front running a bounce in the dollar. Yields are still green. We do have a 1 o'clock auction, I believe, on the 30-year yield, so that's going to be extreme volatility. Let's look at the yields, shall we? So let's look at the 30-year, and then we'll look at the 20-year. So let me just pull it up here. US 30-year yield. All right, so daily chart. SPY's moving up. Daily chart yields have actually softened in the recent session, creating potentially a falling wedge. I want to show you this falling wedge pattern because it could potentially break today to the upside.
I was just saying, I haven't seen a lower high yet, so only
So
higher
a little
lows
bit of
are,
a falling wedge potential on yields could mean it shoots up to the high side off of this auction. That would obviously be a headwind for the market and likely push indices and stocks down. Pay close attention to the Russell, what it does heading into that auction. Right now it's lifting up and gaining some momentum, putting in sideways consolidation. It's looking constructive to move higher, but we will see. Dollar just made that new low. Tesla were in the money nicely. Hopefully Tesla continues to fall and move lower. 10-minute QQQ chart, you still haven't confirmed on a 10-minute basis above this area. The auction is at 1 o'clock there, Max. 1 o'clock, so just keep your wits about you, right? I'm always skeptical when they run up the market into a big economic data event. You know, the probabilities when they run up the market, same thing like earnings. When stocks run up into their earnings, they're more likely to pull back because the expectation is greater to do well. Same sort of thing, right? If the indices run up into that auction and then the auction goes terribly, where yields have to spike, and keep in mind, yields have been green all day today, just holding steady. Holding steady. All right, Microsoft's falling a little bit more now. Qs are coming down. I'm seeing a potential 1 minute head and shoulders on the SPY chart. Potential lower high in the Qs forming. All right, so this is the next level to watch on the SPY chart. These two pivots, you have a little micro left shoulder, head, right shoulder potential forming. Obviously, that can negate it if you basically start breaking to the high side of this wedge pattern. We will see. So you're testing the high end of the range. Microsoft's still selling, so losing 375 here. Microsoft is still selling. Tesla, NVDA, Apple are holding up. They're bouncing. Amazon's still holding up. Tesla's back to the green side. So out of the mega caps, the only ones that you have red today are in the healthcare sector: UNH, J&J, Walmart, Procter, a couple other Visa, MasterCard, so payment services. But Meta, Tesla, NVIDIA, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, the Magnificent Seven are green today. All right, so rejection at that high pivot so far. We will see if we get more rejection. Markets are still in grind and float mode. Volume today is sitting at, on the daily chart of the SPY, very, very minimal, 19.5 million. That's kind of light. So we double that. We're looking at a 40 minutes. So it's super light volume today. Super, super light volume ahead of NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. Let me see if there's any other crazy earnings today. You have Manchester United. Really nothing crazy, so to speak. Tupperware Brands. It'll be an interesting one. All right, so SPY is trying to break to the high side again. Dollar's making yet again a new low. No real crazy earnings today. Let's look at TUP. Let's look at some of these meme crazy squeeze stocks. So TUP earnings. I'm actually interested in picking up some longs here on TUP, but I just don't like these gaps to the downside. That's the only thing that makes me hesitant. Let's look at CVNA now. CVNA, potential inverted head and shoulders on CVNA forming. Have not triggered and broken the neckline yet, but we're close to doing so. So left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You peaked above it, now you're retracing. So this Carvana could be squeezy. Today it's up nicely, 3.5%. Let's look at the intraday action. That's the hourly chart. That's the 20-minute. That's the 10-minute. Don't hold a position right now.
Jesus, 75-cent bounce off that last.
Let's look at IWM.
87.
IWM is starting to soften up just a tad, so we'll keep watch of that. NVIDIA is pushing back up again, so kind of did that old shake and bake fake out again on NVIDIA, where you had that pre-market high, you pierced that neckline here, and then you got a nice close above. Now can NVIDIA take out this high ahead of earnings? Are they going to run it up into earnings or what? Seeing another potential little head and shoulders pattern on Tesla, TSLA. So let's see that. I do potentially like AMD shorts. So look at this little head and shoulders on Tesla. Could break and test. We're in the money nicely. Out of the money on NVIDIA. Out of the money on Apple as well. That's okay. AMD looks more vulnerable than NVIDIA. Alright, I'm taking AMD shorts here. 121.18. I got filled 121 short AMD. That is a 1/4 position on AMD. 121.18. 121.18 short AMD. Microsoft, Apple still pushing. Tesla's about to break down. Watch Amazon in sympathy. When Tesla breaks, it usually drags Amazon as well. So you can see Tesla's looking a little bit more weaker, but Amazon's putting in that bullish structure. So a little bit of divergence.
QQQ, 389 put, 0 DTE.
Here comes the downside, guys, likely. 0 DTEs look very appealing here. One of my trader buddies just entered 0 DTEs on QQQ, so he's expecting some downside as well. Alright, AMD is cooperating now, so is Tesla. Tesla's losing that area, so watch this break here. This is where it could get very, very interesting. SPY is looking a little heavier, so are the Qs. Watch that SPY head and shoulders that I was discussing with you. It's easier seen on the 1-minute chart. But that's still valid. That's still technically valid. Alright, Tesla's weakening here. Tesla's falling some more. Nicely in the money on Tesla. We just need the Qs to really start to cooperate. AMD, we're in the money by 10 cents there, 11 cents. Come on, SPY, break it down. QQQ, let's see that indice. Also, potential lower high in place. Here's your high, lower high, maybe. Could be a pretty big head and shoulders on Qs. Oh, here we go. Does everybody see that head and shoulders? Does everybody see that? Potential. Neckline? Where's the neckline? Neckline's right there. So Tesla's back below that pre-market low. It's in bear territory. The shorts are going to hammer it now. The shorts are going to hammer Tesla, which is why we're short. The only thing that's strong on it is Apple and Microsoft and NVIDIA. They're still propping it, and a few of the other mega caps, but Tesla's going to get hammered here. Watch this. Tesla's going to free fall. Why? You've triggered a head and shoulders. You've lost the EMA 113, and you're below pre-market low. So we're sitting nicely in the money on Tesla, flat on NVIDIA, out of the money on Apple. QQQ, we're waiting on Qs to just break this level. We want to see a friggin' flush here. Come on, Qs. Give it up already. Give it up already. We exited our longs. AMD's flushing, so that's beautiful to see. AMD is flushing off that EMA 113. As soon as we lost that EMA, AMD began to flush. So this one's looking very, very vulnerable. Your support on AMD is probably going to be this trend line here. Let's try to see what else we can match it up with. Your pivot. So there's a couple levels. So AMD could hit this trend line and bounce, but it's a very steep angle. But there's a bigger level. That's your inverse. You could retrace all the way down to this inverted head and shoulders here, neckline. So we'll keep that 119.50, 119.30 on watch. Bitcoin's still pulling off from the highs. Bitcoin actually turned negative, so it makes me want to short coin again. Coin's up 4%, Bitcoin's negative. All right, I'm gonna buy some coin, 0 DTE puts here, so I'm gonna go 102, 0 DTE coin puts, 102, 0 DTE coin puts. Right here, keeping a tight stop loss on it, but coin 102, 0 DTE puts. Entered right there. 102. Apple's ripping, surging, lifting the market single-handedly. Whoa. Bitcoin's getting a bounce, so just watch Coinbase accordingly. I am seeing the SOXX weaken a little bit. It is pulling in from the highs. All right, the dollar just made a brand new low, so the dollar is melting. So if the indices are going to break out, this is where they should, because the dollar is just still continuing to fall, making new lows. Now piercing 103.40 on the dollar. The Dixie first level of support is coming right here. I'll show you on the 10-minute chart. Look at that flush. You're getting a nice oversold condition on the 10-minute chart of the Dixie. This is where the last hoorah is for the indices. You have this down-sloping trend line. You also have potentially a wedge pattern, a falling wedge on the dollar. It's typically bullish. Now let me be clear, we can still bounce here or slice through it, but you can chop in this wedge for quite a long time. So we'll watch that Dixie. SPY is getting that bounce. It's being led by Apple and Tesla. Tesla had a huge green stick candle. Huge green stick candle. Let's see if we're getting any sort of divergence. All right, markets are still trending. Let's see if the SPY makes out a new high. It is trying to break out of this wedge. Apple's pushing up 0.9%, still off of the high of day. The yields have softened a little bit more now. Big push on Amazon, Apple, Tesla. SPY's testing high of day. Will it make a new high? The Russell's getting a big bounce. Alright, SPY did briefly put in a double top here. We'll see if it moves higher or lower off that area. Alright, we're seeing Bitcoin sell some more. The SPX is still trending here. Qs are still surging here. Wow. What a push on the Qs and the SPX. Now, this is maybe where the SPX wants to go. I'll just show you a new high. I just added at 452.96 on the SPY. I'll show you in a second here. But I think the SPX maybe. So we added at 452.96 on the SPY. But this is maybe where the SPX wants to go, 45.41. Double top resistance here. But we'll see. So just on the SPY trade, we do have a full position now on the short side. So our average now with that full position sitting at 452.63. So we added at that 452.95 area. So very impressive move.
That was a very, not even considered a close over that level, so again.
We didn't close above it. We just wicked. So just be cautious. Be cautious. we have a down sloping wedge on the dollar, up sloping wedge on the SPY. We are still climbing. QQQ also just made a new high. So the Qs are breaking. We have another add entry at this 389.40 on the Qs. Bitcoin's still falling. That for me. Thank you. Thanks. Whoa. Big bull. So Qs get ready to add to the short side. Basically flat on Tesla. Slightly out of the money on Apple. Apple I'm ready to add to my position at 191.70. So SPY did get that higher close. So this little wedge pattern broke to the high side. Now the next resistance we look for is basically this little channel. We could be chopping in this channel. It could be a trend day in this channel. So it could be, if we draw this in properly, Qs are almost at the next add entry, so get ready. 389.40. 191.70 on Apple, that's the next entry. Alright, QQQ's 10 cents away. New high SPY. New high. Get ready on the Qs. SPY is still trending up 0.5%. Q's up 0.84.
I'm surprised by today's date 4:53 call. Very not big position.
Still holding all my shorts. This light volume grind makes me suspicious as we head into that 1 o'clock bond auction. Alright, Tesla's dumping now off of that our level, so still some sellers, lots of sellers in Tesla. But it is back above pre-market low. You won't let me Won't let me out, I'm locked up, they won't let me out. Oh. So a little peekaboo outside of that channel. Will we head to the low range of the channel? Do we just chop in the channel all day? I think the 1 o'clock time frame is when the big move comes, so we may just be sitting in these shorts. I'm just gonna mute my mic for a minute. I'm just eating some food, so I don't think you want to hear me chewing. But as soon as anything drastic changes, I will hop on. I'm right here in front of the computer. I'm seeing Tesla, Apple. I'm seeing a big engulfing panel on Apple forming here. Apple 5-minute chart is engulfing the last 1, 2, 3, potentially 4. Look at this. Look at this. All right, so keep Apple on watch, because if that's high of day, if we get a 10-minute engulfing, I'm looking at really on the 5-minute on my other chart. It looked like a pretty hard sell on heavy volume there. So whenever I see Apple making a failed double top and then a hammer reversal on volume, like look at that 5-minute volume, pretty much higher than almost this whole grind up. As a matter of fact, it will be. And then we're engulfing 1 candle. Will we engulf 2? Will we engulf 3? That's what I'm looking for. So be very, very cautious of Apple at these highs. You know what? We might as well just keep Apple since it's been grinding and leaving the market higher. We'll just watch it here. See how this 5-minute candle closes. 20 seconds left. So to sum things up, I'm holding coin puts, 102 puts, which are slightly out of the money. We're holding a Tesla short at 234.64, almost a full position with one more entry. We're in the money. NVDA, we're flat with a half a position short. Apple, we have a half a position short out of the money. SPY, we have a full position short on the SPY, which we're slightly out of the money. And QQQ, we have a 3/4 position short QQQ. All right. Here it comes. So Apple got a bearish engulfing of the 2 last-minute 5-minute candles on heavy volume. Bears are now in control up here. We'll see what else happens moving forward. All right, I'm just going to flip to the 2-minute chart. And let's see what happens. So we've had 3 hours of consecutive upside on SPX. Tesla's testing that pre-market low again. Bitcoin is back to the negative side. Coin is basically right at our entry for our puts. We're flat on NVDA. Apple's still selling after that 5-minute engulfing candle. Microsoft's now seeing some downside. AMD, we're flat. All right, we're seeing Tesla breaking pre-market low again. Let's see if we flush down. Three six. Thank you.
I'm seeing a lot of puts being loaded for CrowdStrike.
All right, Tesla got that 2-minute close back below pre-market low. we're in the money on our coin puts right now. I want to see 102 puts get in the money. NVDA, Microsoft pushing up. All right, Bitcoin's dumping hard here. Whoa, big dump on Bitcoin. Big dump on Bitcoin. Look at our coin puts. Look at our coin puts here. Bitcoin seeing some heavy downside. All right, we're almost at 102 in the money. Get ready to secure some profits. Holy, Bitcoin was dumping there for a second. That was a big move down there. Whoa, big push up now on coin. Likely lots of orders got filled there, which is why people were waiting. Something about BNB token. Let me take a look at this BNB. Oh, snap. If we're getting into trouble with Binance, this is going to weigh on the market. This could be some contagion. Oh my goodness, look at the BNB token. Okay, it's not a drastic move on BNB. It's still... SPY's moving down now. So Bitcoin's still coming down. Let's see how much it comes down. Coin, again, we could be banking on coin. This could be a 1,000%. Wow, if coin actually, there's a gap fill on coin all the way down at 99 bucks. It could get down there if Bitcoin really gets flushy. Get ready to frickin' bank here, guys. Get ready to bank. Oh my goodness. These coin puts are going to print. If Bitcoin keeps dumping. Ooh, SPY's dumping now. Here we go, team. Get fucking ready. This is what we've been waiting for. 30 minutes till the auction period. Here we go. We're starting to fucking bank. An auction at 1 o'clock. NVIDIA, Tesla dumping, SPY dumping. Some profit taking ahead. Or perhaps people know the results of the bond auction. Maybe it's just the technicals, but we're starting to print on Tesla. We're deep in the money on Tesla. We're in the money by over $1. NVIDIA, we're flat. Apple, we're slightly out of the money. Qs, we're almost there. SPY, AMD, we're in the money. Coins, we're just banking on coin. Let me put that coin chart up because Bitcoin, I may secure some profits here on coin. All right, so SPY is hitting some near-term support. Come on, get these 102s in. Come on, I want to see it hit this 102 level. Come on, indices, give it up. All right, I'm going to start protecting Tesla here. So we're short at 234.64. I'm putting an in-the-money stop on Tesla. Right above this EMA 113 on the 2-minute chart. And I'm going to lower it as Tesla. All right, the indices are bouncing here. So is Bitcoin. Indices are bouncing.
Put in a green candle.
Come on. Keep falling.
Everything just got faked out, it looks like, so far.
That was a big fake out, but Tesla's continuing its move down. Alright, I'm lowering my stop on Tesla. 233.81. SPY is still coming down. This is good. Take a look at SPY. Starting to get some heavy flow. Here we go, people. Let the party begin. Come on. Come on. We know it's heading to the lower of this range. But the real question is, how deep do we go? I still found it very, very suspicious that we didn't end up breaking this head and shoulders. And we got a close above this wide range red bar. And we just started floating on light volume. It was very suspicious to me. Alright, Bitcoin's bouncing pretty tremendously here, so coin is getting a small bounce. NVDA is still remaining strong. Big bounce on Bitcoin. Big bounce in the indices. SPY is still coming down though. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple still bouncing. Whoa, big surge in Bitcoin coming in now. Might have been a fake out, shake out. Could very well have been a fake out. The dollar's trying to bounce. SPY is coming down for another sell side program. Alright, Tesla's continuing to fall. SPY, still falling on SPY here. We're almost in the money on our trade. Here we go, seeing more sell side pressure. Let's go, SPY. But Microsoft's still strong though, testing the highs. So if Microsoft gives up any sort of gains, but it's still pushing higher. We're going to need Microsoft to fall. Alright, the Russell's coming down, the IWM, the dollar's catching a nice bounce. Indices are bouncing off of this level here. We'll see if we crack this channel. If we crack this channel, then there is a decent probability, since there's really no support in and around here. You have some support at this pivot at 452.33, but you could test the low of this range. Bitcoin's acting well, pushing up here. Apple's starting to sell. A potential 3-minute head and shoulders, 2-minute head and shoulders on Apple, on watch for a trigger. What I'm watching on Apple is this pattern here. If we crack this little neckline, you could see a move lower. Let's see what Apple. So Microsoft's still remaining strong. So this is why the markets aren't really selling off too hard. because Microsoft is remaining elevated near the highs of the session and still at this high over here. So you need Microsoft to lose this area here.
I think we could get a pop to that 452.90 though and make that little head and shoulders and then make the move.
Wow, look at that Binance coin. Holy damn.
Wishy.
Microsoft still pushing higher.
Yeah, a little underwater, down about $100.
NVDA is still pushing.
Who knew you? What's up, buddy? Oh shit. No man. I invited him if he wants to come up. See, Sharky.
All right, I'm going to add to my Apple short up here, 191.27, 191.27. That brings my average all the way up to 190.88 on Apple. Okay, so average is sitting at 190.88, just added at 191.27. So it's a 3/4 position on Apple. I have one more entry on Apple, almost holding a full lot. Full position on SPY, full position on Qs. Sorry, full position on SPY, 3/4 of position on Qs.
Come on, do it for Sharky.
All right, SPY is potentially losing this channel. Here we go. Could see a sharp move down to this high pivot, 452. So what I'm going to do, SPY flushes into this pivot zone here. I'm going to cover half of my position and leave the other half as runners. Tesla, still falling on Tesla. I am going to now lower my stop on Tesla since we're making a little bit of a new low here. Apple's triggering a head and shoulder, so I'm moving my stop down on Tesla, 233.59. That was a good little add on Apple. Apple's actually triggering this potential head and shoulders. We need to see it fall some more. Still, Microsoft and NVIDIA aren't really giving it up yet. So we need to see price action fall a little more. Let's see the Qs. Qs are still actually relatively holding up better than SPY right now. So SPY is the worst performing indice at the moment. But a potential head and shoulders on the Qs also about to trigger. Draw from that neckline.
Big level for like that 452, 30.
Looks like Qs may come down and test the EMA 113. So same sort of thing. If we break this level and hit this EMA 113, I'm going to cover half my position. Right now I'm still holding everything. including Tesla, NVDA, Apple, SPY, Qs, AMD, and Coin. The auction is set to take place in 20 minutes. IWM's losing it, momentum.
What's up? What's up? What's up?
Where are all these losers meeting with their family on Thanksgiving week? How selfish of them.
All right, and take a look at that dollar. That dollar is bouncing. So we prepped you about 20 minutes ago with this falling wedge on the dollar. It never actually hit the full downside, but close enough for government work. And now it looks like you want to test the high range of the wedge. And if we break out of that high range, then it's game on, I think, for the shorts. But let's take it candle by candle. We're not there yet. SPY on the 10-minute. This is the 10-minute chart. You can see we're still super elevated. Let's just draw some more supports in. So I'm just going to erase this line here. I do want to draw in this trend line. That's a big area. Let's look at the daily chart just to see what pivot. Just going to get rid of that one. We don't really need that there. Alright, so SPY's getting a decent bounce here. Apple's closing above the neckline.
Microsoft definitely interesting. Like, you're going to trade it either way, kind of. You know what I mean? Because if something happens, it's just going to go bonkers. But, yeah, I think SPY was in positive gamma today, so it's a little bit lower.
Alright, more sellers stepping in here. And now the selling pressure is coming from NVIDIA and some semiconductors. So NVIDIA, we're flat on our trade. AMD, we are slightly in the money. This one looks very, very vulnerable here. Heavy volume coming in off of this break of this EMA. So that's a nice little potential move lower that it could set to occur. What I'm looking at on AMD is another head and shoulders trigger right there. So believe it or not, the downside move off of this pattern that could play out today is all the way down to about 119.91. So that would be a pretty big move down. All right, SPY's selling even more now. Here, let's fucking go. Print. Here we go, team. Get ready. If you're not banking, that's I apologize, but you should be trusting the technicals and slowly accumulating. I didn't trust this grind. Now, could we pop up and make a new high of day? There's always that chance. The bond market auction is set to happen in 14 minutes. It could go very, very well. And maybe there's enough demand for bonds, therefore it lowers yields. So the way bonds work is that if there's no demand for bonds, yields go up to make it more attractive. And if there is big demand for bonds, then people will buy bonds and it will push yields down. Either way, yields have been green all day. NVIDIA is starting to curl over a little bit here. If it means the SOXX, I mean, if you just look at the SOXX and the SMA to NVIDIA's earnings, I mean, it's just absolutely parabolic move to the high side. Very, very wild. Because it actually took out the highs.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
Sharky got his short. I think we get that pop though to make the right shoulder. Head and shoulders. No pops, only nose dives. Only nose dives. I mean, so far we held that 450 level. Yeah, doesn't mean.
SPY getting a pretty big bounce. retesting that channel.
Let's go, coin. Get to my 105. Come on.
Alright, I'm gonna average down on my coin puts once we get to 105.
Big bounce off of that.
What an impeccable move though. Reversal in the crypto space. Bitcoin had that big sell-off, went negative, and now it's ripping up to 37,000, almost about to hit that previous cycle high, which was about 38,000, just shy of 38,000.
Did you see the Snoop Dogg news? What, there's more news out? What's that?
Not a trick. It was all a little bit of a promo he's doing with like stove company or something.
What company?
They're like stoves for outside and stuff like that.
So it wasn't about weed. It was about like he's not smoking weed anymore. Well, not necessarily. That does have something to do with it. It's the 10-year bond option.
Alright, Bitcoin's pumping up, coin's pumping up. Markets are still in a little bit of a sell mode, but getting a pretty big bounce. Tesla actually just stopped us out of our trade, so we took a nice win on Tesla. If it gets back to 234.02, I will short it, but Tesla did just stop us out for a nice little win off of that area. So we got stopped out at 233.59, so a beautiful win on Tesla.
She's really
Alright, I just added to my Alright, so I just added to my coin puts at 105 there. It actually pierced it and made a little bit of a new high intraday, but 105 we added, brings up my average to 104.20, and basically that's a half a position now on coin. 105 entry. Still 102 puts. Bitcoin's still moving higher. We'll see if it starts to see any sort of downside. Dollar's still trying to bounce. We have that auction in a few minutes. 7 minutes to be exact. Apple's pumping up. So it's the 20-year bond auction here in 2 minutes, 3 minutes till showtime. Let's just see what the technical picture is telling us. Basically a potential inverted head and shoulders here on the 20-year yield. So this could actually have a big move down, or sorry, up, if it breaks this. So all eyes on this auction right now. You needed to trigger that neckline break, which could push yields up quite substantially if it occurs. I mean, we're talking about a potential move from current levels of about 3%. That would be a pretty big drop in the market if that did happen. So we're gonna watch the 20-year yield 1 hour chart, and we'll watch the SPY 2-minute chart here. Okay, so get ready for that auction because it is set to occur very, very shortly. There's also a gap at the lower end of the range. We shall see. All right, 1 minute till auction. 1 minute till auction. Here we go. Get ready. Get ready. Apple falling. SPY falling. 20-year yield. 40 seconds. NVIDIA's falling. We're in the money on our NVIDIA trade. Watching coin, Bitcoin, AMD, we're nicely in the money. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on AMD at 121.18. We're about 40 cents in the money. Let's see, we have 18 seconds till auction. Get ready for some volatility. Big volume coming in on Apple, NVIDIA, Q, SPY. Here we go. Come on. Will the 20-year yield pop? 4 seconds. All right. Auction. We will get the results momentarily here. SPY is getting an initial pop here. NVIDIA getting a pop. No real movements yet. Just 1 second. I'm getting a phone call. So no real movement yet. Markets are remaining kind of muted. Markets are remaining muted for now. Things can still change. Yields are all still green. 2-year yields up the most, so short end of the curve is up the most. No move yet on the 20-year. SPY still holding. What is the outcome going to be? The volatility is fairly muted as of now. The 20-year bond auction still coming in. The previous auction on the 20-year was at 5.24%, so we're quite substantially lower on the yield from where the previous auction took place. So if that bond auction shoots up, what is that inverse move? Shoots it up to about 5%. Ooh, big pop on the SPY. Big pop. Yields are also pushing a little bit, but SPY is pumping. Whoa. Whoa. All right. That was a big move. Wait for the reaction. We'll see. SPY is still popping. SPY is still popping. No new high of day. I'm still holding. All right. The bond auction is falling. Long end yields are now negative. Long end yields are now negative. $4.780. So yields have fallen, as you can see. It did fall. You filled that downside gap. The question is now, do they buy it up? But the markets are bouncing here. The long end yields are negative. So SPY is getting a big move back to the high of the session. Now we look for the next resistance level. Basically, I'm going to be adding to my short at 453.30. 453.30, which it's approaching now. I just added 453.30. 453.30. Whoa, what a move. What a move. All right, we're going to go back to one screen here. Whoa, it's still going. It's up 6.3%, 0.63%. What a move. What a move. So we added at that 453.30. Brings the average to, whoops. Brings the average to 452.96. So we are out of the money decently. That's okay though. Apple's about to hit that 191.70. That's where I'll add to my final Apple position. QQQ, we have one more entry as well. I'm just trying to see where this settles out. But QQQ, we do have one more entry. So double top is 389.88. Let's see if we can push to 390 on the Qs before we add. That was a big pop, obviously to the high side. NVDA pushing, Q still pushing. All right, I just added to the Qs there at that double top there, 389.89. Brings my average up to 389.13.
By the way, there was a story from the information as well that hundreds or more than 100 of OpenAI's clients have reached out to Anthropic, according to the same article. Morgan Stanley is one of those companies.
Semiconductors are seeing a big push. Apple, new high of day. Get ready to add to Apple. $191.70. I will add to Apple. $191.70. Full position in SPY, full position in Qs. We'll manage accordingly. Up. We're into this double top pivot now on SPX. 45.40 straight shot. We're a pre-market low, not really participating. Apple's about 14 cents away from adding to the next level. So that was a big surge. Let's see what we're dealing with now. If we take this channel, drop it to the lows, that's your high. You can see that we tag the top of that range now. So now we have a new upsloping range to trade against. AMD stopped us out at break even. So we took a break even trade on AMD. All right, in just 1 second, I have a phone call. Dollar's still at the lows, testing that though. Markets are still going crazy. berserk here. My average now on this trade is 191.14 on Apple. So the demand for bonds potentially could be signaling a couple things, a recession maybe into the next year, since it's the long end of the curve, seeing demand now. And this could be maybe the little bit of a hoorah rally in the market that we're seeing. So just be very, very cautious about chasing stocks up here, in my opinion. You have to be very, very cautious, because now bonds falling could be signaling more of a deflation, disinflation, or a recession, so to speak. Hey, Casey and Samuel, did I look at Palantir? I haven't looked at Palantir today. I know it's on the volume list, so it's gaining a lot of momentum. Let's take a look. So Palantir is running into this trend line. If you connect it from your low, major pivot, breakdown, rejection, another rejection, you're running up into that area right now as we speak. So there should be some selling that takes place, but it's definitely on watch for a continuation breakout move. Let's just see if we have any other factors in this vicinity. Basically, if we drop a fib from the high to the low, you're above that 382 just briefly. So we'll see. This is a big level for Palantir right now. Certainly trying to break out above this pivot, but we'll see if it holds. Hey Casey, can you hear my mic now? No sound. I just had a little call. I have a phone call to do, so I have my mic on mute. You know, Max, it's still early in the session. Still lots of time left in this trading. Obviously, bonds dropping is signaling an algorithmic buy program. we really have to digest why are bonds being bought up at this level. Is it signaling a recession on the long end of the curve? Is it signaling a deflationary event, a disinflationary event? Is there a flight to safety? There's a lot of different reasons as to why people buy bonds. In my opinion, it's probably signaling a recession, because you're still technically in a much, much larger term uptrend. But this move was just 100% yields dropping, so therefore they bought up mega cap tech.
192.95 would be my guess.
And the big question is now, do people start chasing this or do they sell? I'm just going to go silent on the mic for a quick second as well. I have another phone call. Just give me a second. If anything changes, I'll update you. All right, back on the mic here. We're seeing the S&P pull off from the highs here. So now that yields are at the lows of the session. Thanks, Kev. So yields are at the lows of the session. Tesla's still getting rejected. What's interesting is Tesla's a stock that's very sensitive to the yields. So I look at it as kind of a forward-looking barometer. And when you see Tesla not participating in this recent pop, yes, it got a little bit of a pop, but it didn't recapture the highs like the S&P, the Nasdaq did. It actually made a little bit of a lower high. And you're still under that pre-market. So Tesla's very sensitive to yields, and it's still coming in. Even Apple, you can see yields are still at the lows. The 20-year just made a new low, and Apple's still pulling off from the highs. So again, the markets have to digest as to why these yields are popping. Algos automatically buy initially, and then kind of humans digest that news later on. So good little ads right now to our Apple at this point in time. Still slightly out of the money, but we'll see if things shape up. There's another head and shoulders on Tesla that is about to trigger, which could send it. It would be roughly a 235, almost a $3 move lower that could set to occur. So watch that closely. Let's see the cues. But things are shaping up. Bitcoin, even with that drop in the dollar and yields, Bitcoin pulled off from the highs. Qs are also still elevated here, up at this lofty little area. So now we wait. And there's still lots of time left in the session. So not really catching much of a bid. So this is the level on Tesla I'm looking at a short on. Yields are making new lows still. Yeah, so Palantir again, I mean, your entry 2063. I personally, again, can't chase it. It's way too elevated, especially with where the S&P is. Where I would consider a long, and again, this is a swing trade, so maybe at this pivot high around $20, call it, you could potentially look for a long. You did get a bullish close above this breakdown trend line, so if you got a retest there, you could play it on the long side right around this $20, 2016, in around there. And then I would use maybe a weekly candle, this weekly green bar low, this 1940, 1938 candle as my stop out, the low of the screen. Other than that, other than being the indices being existing double bottom, Hey Sammy, I'll do my take on very complicated and whatnot. But my take on the market's SPX, extremely overbought. You know, it's very rare to see this type of a move without any meaningful consolidation. You're into this double pivot, even on the weekly chart. You're into this downsloping trend line as well. So could you go a little bit higher and peekaboo above it? You could even use the high wick of this candle, which would put you at around 45, 60, give or take on the indice, the SPY, but it's super extended here. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to pull back here at this 44, 45, 43. It's a big level on the markets, and they're just gone absolutely parabolic. RSI just entered this overbought territory. Yields are still falling a little bit. Microsoft's pushing for the high of day, new high of day. Pre-market high is at 379.95. Yields are still falling. Still have the 2-year yield positive, but the 20, the 10, and the 30 are negative.
Here for target 2, and that's in the near term, which would bring us up to the top of this broadening formation, and I think that's where we're going in the near term. He was saying him personally, he's giving up shares at like anytime it taps 50. So when I saw him before that, I was like, yo, let's buy it. And then I got, I popped it up a little bit during the earnings because I think it went down like a little bit below and then bounced back above. My cost basis. But I messaged them immediately. I'm like, oh no.
All right, I'm going to take 120 puts on AMD, 120 puts AMD, right here, 120 puts AMD. AMD, 120 puts.
Will, are you low well zero?
What?
Are you low well zero?
My what?
Never mind, disregard.
But even today, he said, are you Lil Whale? No.
Come on, AMD, give it up.
That's what low well zero would say, though.
Tesla's tapping pre-market low. If it gets rejected off this area, watch for shorts.
Whale stream account and this one.
Oh, what? So you're saying the person who tried to get me to put $10,000 in a random crypto coin?
Microsoft's up 2.34% on a few trillion. That's quite a bit of liquidity that just came into that name alone. NVDA up 1, Apple up 1, QQQ up 1.1% right now.
I'm proud to say that I'm not popular enough. So
SPY is pushing up.
I've been getting more. Somebody messaged last week when all the bots were like blowing us up, and he's like, "Yeah, I have 50 followers, but they're all seekers of the space, but they're not." But so I looked at it, and I don't see any of me, but I see like King Jordan, and then I asked him, I'm like, maybe they have me blocked because they're like, they blocked the person who was associated with the real account. But he's like, no, you're right, there's none. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not. You'll get there one day. You'll get there one day.
All right, Microsoft's pushing yet again for another high of day. Just relentless on the surging move.
On Instagram, recently I've been getting multiple fake stock coins following my personal account.
Oh, on Instagram? I have fake accounts on Instagram, but it's a lot less because I have like a fraction of the followers there. 90% of the accounts that follow the Valstream Instagram are J-Guns and EV investing. Oh, yeah. And a few Jordans. I see it. Oh, and then a lot of guns too. Guns has a ton of things. Oh, yeah. You're right. The second I followed him, I got like 10. Oh, yeah. So did I do.
So NDX just hit a whole number of 16,000. That is a big psychological whole number on the NDX, 16,000.
I'm just being like, we've been doing a little cross and thing and stuff. Just especially the Instagram so that's all it is. That's it, yeah. There you go. Thanks.
Speaking of Instagram, Matt, if you're in here, shout out to you. I just sent you a DM on Instagram. And no, honestly, I only saw him on Instagram. He was like, "Yo, I love your spaces and everything." I was like, "Oh, that's sick."
Oh, I love your news.
Now he said the spaces. He loves trading with the squad.
Oh, let's go. And he loves your news.
He said, "I hate the penis showers, though. Those really
Nobody hates those.
I haven't heard that from either."
I think 2 people didn't like them.
All right, SPY is still grinding higher here. Still just flirting with the upper range of this channel.
Hearing me talking about Shaq. I understand that.
Alright, I am back here in front of the computer and we're seeing the market still grinding, hugging the upper range of this trend line. I am seeing a bearish divergence in the RSI intraday. The thing that's lifting the markets right now is NVDA. NVIDIA is just soaring and roaring. Heading into earnings, it's up 1.66%, so likely some shorts covering there. But just grinding up along the upper end of this channel. I am interested in pulling yet again a short here. I am going to short this by 454. I'm increasing my lot size by one additional entry at 454.07. So it brings up my average to 453.34. Okay, so we're short. So we'll see if Microsoft sees any more downside with the Sam Altman news. They're reporting that he didn't officially move. So we're waiting to see if that impacts Mr. Softy's price action. But the QQQ have now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours of upside. Overbought on the hourly, the daily, the 20, the 10 minute. Can continue to float higher, but we'll see if we get any sort of profit taking in the later half of this afternoon session. Right now we're just continuing to grind and float. Tesla's above pre-market low. That's a positive sign for that stock. The 20-year yield has stopped selling. It has kind of bounced at that near double bottom zone 4.75 area. Bitcoin, despite the dollar and yield softening, really didn't take out the high from its initial pump. The QQQ is above 390. We'll see if this little intraday bearish RSI divergence starts to see some sellers take profit. You are creating an upsloping wedge, rising wedge. Despite the spiders still grinding higher, Apple really hasn't taken out its high. You made your high, lower high, lower high. Upsloping wedges in formation. But markets are still holding up okay. Let's look at NVIDIA. A little bit of a hanging man on the 2-minute candle there. I'm going to add to my NVIDIA short here at that 501.28 area. So that is a 502.60 double top. So SPY is holding on to this wedge pattern right now. Let's take a look at this wedge. It's a very, very tight wedge right now. The IWM is selling off now. It is pulling in, but the Qs are still grinding. So the dollar's starting to bounce a little bit here, trying to make a move above the short-term intraday moving averages. NVIDIA is still pushing up here. 502.20, 502.60. Alright, so we'll watch NVIDIA at this double top. Let's see how it reacts. Amazon's coming down, so now it's kind of looking like Tesla's seeing the money flow from the consumer discretionaries. NVIDIA, watching that high closely. The Russell is still selling, the IWM. So as the SPY and the Qs are holding, the Russell is selling. Alright, so we're seeing a small sell side pressure right at these highs. Again, that negative divergence on the intraday RSI should take you a little lower. You're testing the break of this wedge, but there's still a lot of strength in this market from the mega cap tech. But Amazon has been a leader all day, is starting to put in and sell off here. Indice for the morning session, and then now it's starting to potentially give it up here. Notice how you've bounced off of the EMA 113 over here, and now you're doing it over here, except this bounce wasn't as much of a higher high as this bounce over here. So it's showing that the trend is slowly starting to weaken in the small caps, which means that there's less buyers coming in, more sellers are starting to take hold as we move a little bit higher. I think there is a good shot that we could actually test this parallel channel that I've been watching all day. Pulling off from the highs, Tesla's seeing a little sell candle, NVIDIA remaining strong. So NVIDIA just made a new high. NVIDIA just made a new high. Heading into earnings on a squeeze. And I just added to the position up at 503.03.
This market is chasing everything, and everything's being given. You're right. You're 1,000% right. This is one of the toughest environments to trade in when you get a market like this where it won't get a dip, right? You get 4 days of sideways action, and then see you. Look at that video. Ridiculous. Wow. Everybody knows that. I don't know that that's all. Dang. People are checking out these upside predictions. They are all getting nailed. Oh, did you guys look at that candle on Meta? Yeah, I stopped looking. Like, man. Wait, that's new 52-week high? On which one, NVIDIA? No, this is not all-time highs on NVIDIA. Yeah, oh, it is. Oh, wow. Good lord. Okay, ridiculous. I take it back. That candle. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. Yeah. We were at 502.62 I believe beforehand, and okay, we see 506 today. Okay, that candle was all-time high. I apologize. Yeah, straight. All righty. Damn. I got vastly different view here. I got a very momentum-based system. You know, you have a way to say about every the chase is on a lot of money on the sideline, but when we look at positioning right now, like what call has collapsed, right? Like shorts are floating, they completely covered. Take a look at IC index today. This is just the call on NASDAQ. Right now it's sitting at 160 reading. Okay, that's one of the highest readings of the past decade. Period. There's nothing but movement in this market right now. From technical standpoints, you look at all the readings, and they've gone higher, less and less and less. In some cases, all the business gone down to nothing. And just like Mike said, these are some of the
So we're starting to see Apple selling. NVIDIA's the one that's gone in mania mode. Squeezing high. Apple's coming in pretty heavy here ahead of the market. Coming up into the EMA 113 as support. Also this previous consolidation zone. So Apple's weakened. What's keeping this market elevated? It's pretty much one name.
Basically, we grinded up for a month for 2.6%. Really wasn't that crazy. We're in a similar situation here. I don't really see a lot of upside, in my personal opinion. That's left on these indices. I mean, like I said, Magma is essentially at an all-time high. The spread between Magma and small caps is the largest seven gains. But in participation, it's the largest it's ever been tilted to the Mag 7 with no one betting against them. Right now, we're entering a period that's going to be extremely, extremely thinly traded between now and the end of the year. So, I'm betting against the market here, but I'm also aware that this can continue for quite some time. But where it ultimately goes to,
What she said. Price.
see a ton.
Price So you can clearly see here the markets have gone in melt up Monday, right ahead of NVIDIA earnings. You completed the actual measured move of this rounding inverted head and shoulders base. This was the neckline break. Never got the full-on retest, but close enough, and then it just ripped up, and I actually didn't anticipate it to finish the move that quickly. I mean, this market has just gone absolutely bananas, in my opinion, on the daily charts. People are now chasing it. You have a lot of mega cap names that are just making new all-time highs, like NVIDIA right ahead of earnings. Microsoft also making a new daily all-time high as we speak. It's testing it. So it's certainly is exceptionally weak. It's just a light volume float. You know, on the SPY today, we'll probably get to about 50 million, I would say, maybe 60, but that is phenomenally light on the SPY. And look at this move in just a couple weeks. You know, from a low 409, all pretty tremendous. NVIDIA is still pushing. Microsoft's still trying to push. Oh, yeah, Ahmed, I do think it's FOMO for sure. It's okay. Just patiently accumulate. Sit patiently. Any other market, it's a small cap, but it might change the sentiment around AI just a tad. They're announcing cuts. That's what the news was. Here you have Apple still fighting this trend line. A lot of divergences on different metrics. A lot of RSI divergences. All right, let's see if Apple breaks. It's got rejected at this upsloping trend line. Next one to beat is going to be this pivot low to this pivot low. We'll see if it triggers a break of that trend. Microsoft is double topping, made a brief new all-time wick high at 378.86, pulling in slightly now. Tesla's grinding higher, so is NVIDIA. Bitcoin's pulling in from the highs. The Russell's trying to come down a little bit here. The dollar softening. The SPY is still consolidating at the highs. Russell did not make new highs. Could see a little bit of profit taking in the last hour here of trading. Watch the center point of this channel. Also could be a little bit of a Qs just keep remaining very, very strong and elevated.
I don't know how it's a weird setup. Yeah. But aren't you thinking that everyone's going to figure it out? Yeah, but I don't even know if it's like possible. Hey, I gotta pop in here because me and Evan gotta pop to a power hour. But this has been super, super fun. Also, Jordan, how about that pump on that one that I sent you? Bro, yeah, that's ridiculous. I gotta say, guys, I think that the most effective strategy here is just look at what people in Congress who sit on committees that deal with the stocks that they are buying are doing, and just emulate that. I love this strategy. I don't know why I haven't run for Congress. Catch me in the next midterms, I suppose. You're going to be able to get it. True. I'll send out my text. Everyone can be part of my campaign. Jordan's being my minister of insider trading. I'm just kidding. All right, with that being said, thank you so much to everybody that was on here. I think Jordan might keep this open for a little. Not totally sure what they're doing, but I gotta wrap it up. But okay, well, everyone can come to our power hour. Everybody can come to our power hour, which we're gonna host from Stocks on Spaces in just a minute here. If you haven't already checked out Predictogram, go in, give that account a follow. They're up here on stage, and obviously there's some great info just soaring across on there. A bunch of trades from paper and the rest of us that you can go and check out. We've just been hitting these predictions left and right. If we get a little bit more upside here, I'll hit like 4 more. So keep an eye on it. Holy cow, Amazon. Love that bounce. Surely done by those predictive bands. So with that, Jordan, I'll turn it over to you, and I got to go for this other one. Sounds good, baby. Beautiful day, everybody. I'm going to wrap things up and get going to the gym. But see everybody back tomorrow bright and early. So have a good night. See everybody tomorrow. See you, Jordan. Have a good one. Later. Thanks, everyone.
So SPY is still making higher highs here, despite making lower highs on the RSI. A little bit of a divergence taking place intraday, but the market is in optimistic squeeze mode. Yields in the dollar are softening more, which is why we're seeing the market continuing to grind higher. QQQ new high, Microsoft's challenging all-time high, so is NVDA. Tesla's pushing for a little bit of a higher high. So stocks trading the most volume today: Tesla, Palantir, NEO up 6%, MAR up 6.7%, ChargePoint up 4.7%, Microsoft up 2.37%, Plug Power down 3.5%, AMD up 0.82%, FSR Fisker down minus 2.67% after being up about 9%, NVIDIA making new all-time highs today, up 2.26%, SoFi trading 30 million shares down 3.15%. Amazon up 0.61% today. Ford up 1%. Bank of America up 0.65%. Intel up 2.35%. Apple up 1%. Vale up 3.83%. YMM, I'm not too sure what company that is. That's Full Truck Alliance up 14.98%. PBR Petrobras up 0.12%. Alibaba up 1.19%. So those are your biggest U.S. volume exchange companies trading pretty strongly. Let's just scroll through. You have all the yields down except for the 2-year yield. You have the Russell IWM up 0.5%. The S&P 500 up 0.86%. The QQQ is up 1.29%. All mega cap companies are green performance. Let's scroll through some of these sectors. Let's get to my sector watch list. Where am I here? Here I am. So not all sectors are green today, even with this grind ripping rally higher. You have weakness in utilities. But other than that, everything is green. Dow Jones up. Lumber up. Copper up. So everything is participating except for utilities. And then staples are flat. So staples and utilities, two of your defensive sectors, are definitely lagging this market. Obviously, look at technology, the heaviest weighted sector, and communications, just ripping face right here. Let's look at the daily chart of this SPX 4550. We are at 45. We are into a big gap window on the SPX. You can see we're coming up into that down sloping trend line. New high of day on the SPY, pushing up 454. Look at this move. Microsoft's pumping. QQQ pumping. The semiconductors are also pumping. When the market goes parabolic, it goes parabolic. Really wild. Truly remarkable move in the indices. The vertical ascent is one to be feast your eyes upon. Let's erase this. We have 50 minutes left in the market session. 50 minutes left. It seems like there's no selling taking place today. It's just a light volume squeeze. New high for Microsoft. There is Zoom earnings after the bell. Zoom does report after the bell. So what's interesting is that this is primarily just a QQQ squeeze. The Russell is not making new highs like the S&P and the Qs. So it's mainly just the Q stocks lifting this market again, making continuous runs to the upside. The Magnificent Seven just keep getting bigger Yet again, another squeeze from Tesla, Apple, and NVDA, pushing this market higher and higher. Wow, look at that squeeze on the SPY coming into play. That is magnificent. That is truly exceptional. Wow. What a move. What a move. Chart, it is tagging that down sloping trend line. Look at that power move right into resistance. That is like absolutely crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. What a move. I guess the vertical degree of this channel is very, very steep. Look at that. And you can even draw it from, say, this pivot. And you can argue it's going to pierce. But what a move. New high on NVIDIA. New all-time high, 505. What is it? 505.40-ish. So Microsoft's pulling in from the all-time high double top, putting in a potential 10-minute engulfing candle. NVIDIA still remaining strong. Some heavy volume coming in right off that trend line here. That's T because it's trading at all-time highs. That one's important to follow. We are seeing Microsoft come in from the highs there, that double top acting strong. It did pierce that level twice, but it is coming in pretty heavy right now as we speak. So the mother of all trend lines on the SPY was tagged officially. NVIDIA So now you have Microsoft selling, but Apple pushing. So really it just looks like no liquidity is coming out. It just looks like the liquidity that's exiting Microsoft is maybe pushing into Apple. Tesla's made a strong move, testing pre-market high at 236.66. All right, QQQ is still squeezing higher here on the 10-minute chart. Tesla tapping pre-market high. NVDA is starting to come in. Apple's coming in, seeing a little bit of sellers. Very, very small though. Very, very small. The QQQ is still elevated quite substantially on the session. Quite substantially. Still have weakness in the KRE. It's still negative on the session. But the XLF, so large banks are positive, small banks are net negative. So again, this rally is just primarily in the big boys. All right, we're seeing the SPY selling off from the highs just a little bit after tapping that trend line, which is to be expected. Still in a very strong uptrend. All right, so we're seeing the S&P just fall a little bit here, some profit taking late in the session. The question is, will we break a little bit of an uptrend here and keep selling, or are we just going to have a technical bounce and go higher? All right, so Apple's still continuing to grind higher here. Apple's pushing up, which is what's keeping these lofty indices higher. Microsoft selling, Tesla's rallying, NVIDIA's still holding above its all-time high. Its previous all-time high, I should say. Its previous all-time high was around 502.60, and it's trading at 504. Double top here on the SPY. We may get through it. We'll see if rejection comes in. But that's been in an uptrend, light volume all day long. Float, float, float. So now Apple's starting to pull in from the highs. Microsoft's pulling in from the highs. NVIDIA's still holding. Some small sellers coming in the Qs and the S&P here. Potential 1 minute head and shoulders triggering. You can see it here on the 2-minute chart. Hasn't done so yet. Certainly wouldn't shock me if it did, because this market has rallied into extreme resistance, overbought. And a small pullback off of this head and shoulders would certainly still mean the uptrend is intact. This would just take you to the low end of the channel if it were to break. Right now it's holding though. The dollar has moved up, or it's trying to move up and form a little bit of a higher low. It's still forming lower highs, so the downtrend is not negated yet. But the SPY right back up, just as every little moment it tries to fall, it just gets bought right back up. And that's part and parcel probably because of the low volume. Now tomorrow is obviously NVIDIA earnings after the bell. And then in terms of the economic calendar, we do have a few things to watch. So there's a lot of data coming out of Canada. Remember, Canada is often forward-looking with their rates, their inflation. So you have Canada core CPI tomorrow at 8:30, which could impact the way that bond investors view the forward-looking rates on the long and short end of the curve in the U.S. markets. So that's at 8:30, the CPI and core CPI. You have a little bit of ECB talk, and then at 10 a.m. you have existing home sales. That's definitely has the ability to spike or drop yields. And then the FOMC minutes come out at 2 p.m., which really shouldn't be that market moving. You may get a little bit of an up and down swing as algos digest the minutes, but minutes aren't that crazy in my opinion. So really at 8:30 and 10 a.m. you do have a little bit of data to watch out for. SPY is still hanging in there. Still holding most of its gains. Tesla's tapping that pre-market high. NVIDIA is starting to roll a little bit more, so is Apple. Well, this little micro head and shoulders, are they going to give us, I think this would be the first head and shoulders after you had like 6 of them throughout the day, potential. This might be the first one triggering. We'll find out. Don't hold your breath. But it's more likely since we are at the high of the chart, I would say. And just like that, it bounces off the neckline. No head and shoulders. Bitcoin starting to fall just a little bit here. And the SPY is still hanging on. You're getting a bounce in NVDA, small bounce in Microsoft, Tesla bouncing off of the lows, dollar starting to fall a little bit, which is once again why the markets are trying. Hey, Casey. All right, so you got a entry in at 55.80 with a stop at 45.37. I'm not familiar with this name. Let me just take a quick peek. So it's a biotech, health technologies, small cap. Okay, 2.5 billion. Average volume is 919,000. So it doesn't quite meet my threshold of trading 1 million shares a day. However, doesn't mean it's not tradable. All right, so you have a little bit of a higher high here on the RSI with price action making higher highs. Okay, that's still technically okay. You've broken out, you gapped above that high pivot over there at 49. Basically, I would say would be my stop out, a daily close underneath this pivot high. So call it 49.24, give or take. Let me go to a larger term time frame. Oh no, this stock I can't trade. It was only IPO'd back here in May, so it doesn't give me enough data, in my opinion, to do enough charting, but since I have it up here, let's just draw some channels. So you had your bearish consolidation break turned into a bullish reversal. Yeah, this could go up to about $60, I give it. And you can see that it's your pivot here, pivot, call it 60, $61. I see that's the upside move. But again, look at the weekly RSI here and then factor in where we're trading in the markets. Obviously the markets are grinding and grinding and grinding and grinding, but remember that saying, stocks it seems like they've been taking the elevator up recently. But look at the RSI here, way overbought. Look what happened last time you got here too, and here. So 3 times you were in this overbought scenario. What happened here? Sold off. What happened here? Consolidated, sell off. So just be careful. Just be careful with this name. That's all I'm going to say. But I don't have a position. The positive, here's a positive though for this name, is that you did break out. You're consolidating above the previous all-time high. And since you've gapped above, so this is your gap up, you've actually been holding the gap and the volume has been descending as the price is slowly grinding higher. So that's a short-term positive. It's a short-term positive for this name. Taking a breather. The dollar looks like it's trying to climb just a tad. The Even the IWM is trying to climb up. Tesla looks like it's getting rejected at that pre-market high. The market's continuing to grind. Hopefully that ACLX helped there, Casey. NVIDIA is now coming down, so NVIDIA has been the leader today out of the mega caps. If NVIDIA is falling, we could see this neckline break. But we have light volume, 40 minutes left, and Apple's pushing up, so maybe not. All right, so SPY is testing that neckline again. You're going to need Apple to give it up. Bitcoin's trying to go back to the negative side. Bitcoin is trying to go back to the negative side. So SPY is breaking that neckline right now as we speak. Seeing Microsoft, Apple coming in a little bit. So Bitcoin's still falling, market's still coming in just a little bit late in the session here. We are seeing some downside price action. That little micro head and shoulders has triggered. So big drop coming in the SPY now. It's still up nicely on the session, up 0.81%. The Qs are still up 1.24. Dollar's trying to creep up a little bit. Apple's coming in pretty hot here, also potentially triggering a 5-minute head and shoulders. So I'm still holding all my shorts. I'm holding a head and shoulders. It's not a pattern. It's just a break of a trend line. But we'll watch it closely. So the markets are selling off of that trap of that trend line that we had a while ago. I'm just going to zoom out on the SPY just so you can see where we are. So we tapped that trend line. Basically, that was our trend line trap, and now we're selling. And this is some pretty heavy selling coming in now. Some pretty heavy selling. You're finally breaking this channel. My guess is we could flush. What is it? 8 minutes left. This could be a hard flush. We might come into this 453.30 area. We could. It's a big ask, but you never know. Markets are very extended. So we are getting a flush here late in the session. Downside target of this little break has been efficiently met, but it's still starting to come in. All right, so big sell candle still coming in Apple. Big sell candle still coming in. SPY still up 0.7%. More sell side pressure still coming in. NVDA is still remaining strong, holding up 2.16%. Apple's coming in pretty hard here. This is a pretty hard sell side signal in the market. And throughout this sell-off, the strong horse is still NVIDIA. Is the S&P going to get a bounce, or are we going to continue to fall and fade? So what's interesting is about this on the 4-hour chart, we may end with a 4-hour topping tail if we get a little bit more downside. Heavy volume off of this pullback. Four minutes till the close. All right, SPY is getting a small bounce here. Two minutes till the close. Big volume coming in the semis. Microsoft, Apple, the whole market, S&P, Qs, Russell. So that was a nice little move down off of the highs. But NVIDIA during that sell-off remained firm, holding above its previous all-time high. We have 9 seconds left. That was a pretty big bounce in the SPY. Met over there. Look at that huge volume. Whoa. Over 1 million shares just in that 3-minute candle. That's insane. That's insane. Alright, so there it is. NVIDIA closes at new all-time highs 1 day before its earnings. Microsoft made a new all-time high today. Apple did not. Tesla was weaker, but managed to pull itself off of the lows to close positive. But overall, another rally on Wall Street, and the big level now on the SPY chart. Let me just erase these channels. Daily chart of the SPY. I repeat, the daily chart of the SPY did officially tag this downsloping trend line. So we have to be mindful of that. You did just tag that trend line after 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of straight upside now. So now for the remainder of the week, after tomorrow, we wait to see if NVIDIA helps the market or hurts the market. Obviously, being at new all-time highs, investor sentiment is that NVIDIA earnings are going to be bullish. We will just have to wait and see. I appreciate everyone tuning in. Thank you all. I'm still holding a bunch of my shorts overnight. And we'll just have to see how the market opens tomorrow. But we'll just be patient. I do think that there's going to be downside to come in this market at some point. Sometimes things just stay elevated a little bit longer. Ahmed, I dropped your email weekend, but it bounced back. Please let me know. Well, that's super strange after we just started communicating. You know what I think it is, Ahmed? I think my new credit card just renewed, and I have to update a bunch of my my payment providers with my new credit card. So thanks for letting me know, though. I'll double check into that. All right, on that note, thank you everybody for tuning in, and stay tuned for market analysis. If you're one of my members, I will try to do a video here to sum things up.